You stopped here for a reason. Maybe sleep won't come, or maybe the silence feels too loud. Stay with me for a while. I'll guide you through a true crime story, slowly and calmly, so your mind has something steady to follow. Tell me where you're listening from, and if this helps you rest, subscribe so you can come back tomorrow night. This is episode 91. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who told his mistress that his wife was already dead, weeks before she actually disappeared. A story about a smiling husband who played the role of the grieving widower while knowing the truth the entire time. And about how a quiet Christmas Eve disappearance turned into one of the most infamous murder cases in American history. In December 2002, Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife Lacey Peterson. They had been married for 5 years. Lacey was 8 months pregnant with their first child, a son they planned to name Connor. To friends and family, their life appeared stable. Scott worked as a fertilizer salesman. Lacey was known for her warmth, her love of holidays, and her excitement about becoming a mother. But behind that image, Scott was living a secret life. Earlier that year, Scott began an affair with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. As the relationship deepened, he told her he had lost his wife and that this would be his first Christmas without her. Amber believed him. She had no reason not to. Scott was attentive, charming, and convincing. He spoke about grief before there was any reason to. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police that Lacey had planned to walk their dog while he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina. When he returned home that afternoon, he said she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Lacey's purse, phone, and car were still at the house. There were no signs of a struggle. What should have been a joyful holiday instantly turned into a missing persons case. The community rallied around the Peterson family. Volunteers searched parks, fields, and waterways. Media coverage exploded. Lacey's face appeared on every television screen in America. Candlelight vigils were held. And through it all, Scott appeared calm, controlled, and oddly detached. Investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies. Scott's fishing trip raised questions. He had driven nearly 90 miles to fish alone on Christmas Eve, despite owning closer fishing spots. He had purchased a fishing license just days earlier. He had told no one about the trip in advance. When questioned, his answers shifted subtly but consistently. Then Amber Fry came forward. After recognizing Scott from the news, she contacted police. She told them about the affair. She revealed the conversations where Scott claimed his wife was already dead. Investigators immediately realized they were dealing with more than a missing persons case. Phone records showed Scott calling Amber repeatedly during the search for his wife. In one call, he claimed to be in Paris for New Year's Eve, while actually standing at a vigil for Lacey. Surveillance footage showed him watching news coverage of the search with detached interest. He continued his affair while presenting himself publicly as a grieving husband. As weeks passed, hope began to fade. In April 2003, the remains of a male fetus washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. The following day, Lacey's decomposed body was found nearby. The location was less than a mile from where Scott claimed to have been fishing. The discovery shattered any remaining doubt. The autopsy revealed that Lacey had been murdered, though the exact cause of death could not be determined due to decomposition. Evidence suggested she had been killed before being placed in the water. Investigators believed Scott had weighted her body down with homemade anchors and dumped her in the bay. Scott was arrested shortly after. At the time of his arrest, he had dyed his hair, grown facial hair, and was carrying large amounts of cash, camping gear, and multiple cell phones. Prosecutors argued he was preparing to flee. Scott claimed he was going golfing and had no intention of running. The trial began in 2004 and became a media spectacle. Prosecutors painted Scott as a narcissistic man who viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of the affair, the lies, the suspicious behavior, and the timeline that placed him exactly where the bodies were found. Amber Fry testified, playing recorded phone calls in which Scott continued lying even after Lacey's disappearance. Jurors listened as he spoke casually about the future while his wife was missing and later confirmed dead. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murder. They suggested Lacey had been abducted while walking the dog. They pointed to burglaries in the neighborhood and the lack of eyewitnesses. But the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of Connor. He was sentenced to death. Years later, his sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, and it was changed to life in prison without parole. Scott Peterson remains incarcerated, continuing to maintain his innocence. For Lacey's family, no sentence could undo the loss. Lacey Peterson was remembered as a loving daughter, a devoted wife, and a woman who was eagerly preparing for motherhood. Connor never took a breath outside the womb. Their lives ended not because of violence from a stranger, but because of betrayal from someone they trusted completely. The Scott Peterson case remains one of the most debated true crime stories in modern history. Not because of mystery, but because of the unsettling reality it represents. A man who smiled for cameras, a man who played the role perfectly, and a man who, according to a jury, murdered his wife and unborn child so he could start over. It is a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous lies are told calmly, patiently, and without emotion, and that the truth often reveals itself not in one dramatic moment, but through a trail of small, deliberate choices that can no longer be ignored. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, and the perfect neighbor. A man whose social media showed smiling photos, loving captions, and a quiet suburban life. And how, behind that carefully constructed image, he committed one of the most chilling family murders in modern American history. In August 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Sean Ann and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked stable. Chris worked as an oil field operator. Sean Ann was active on social media, documenting their family life in detail. Their home was neat, modern, and located in a quiet neighborhood filled with families just like theirs. But behind the scenes, the marriage was collapsing. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The relationship wasn't casual. It was intense, emotional, and consuming. Chris started imagining a life without his wife, without his children, and without the responsibilities he felt were trapping him. He didn't want a divorce. He didn't want shared custody. He wanted a clean slate. On the night of August 12, 2018, Sean Ann returned home from a business trip just after 1:45 a.m. She was 15 weeks pregnant. The house was quiet. The girls were asleep upstairs. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later be pieced together through digital evidence, phone records, security footage, and Chris's own shifting confessions. Sometime in the early morning hours, Chris killed Sean Ann. He later claimed they had an emotional conversation about separation, but evidence showed no sign of a prolonged argument. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Sean Ann was strangled in their bed. After killing his wife, Chris turned his attention to his daughters. Bella and Celeste were still alive. Chris later admitted that he smothered them one by one. Bella, the older child, fought back. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing to her that he had done to her mother. Those words would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. By sunrise, his entire family was dead. Chris loaded their bodies into his truck. He placed Sean Ann face down on the floor, wrapped in a sheet. He placed his daughter's bodies in the back seat. He then drove nearly an hour to an oil site owned by his employer, a location he had specifically chosen ahead of time. At the site, he buried Sean Ann in a shallow grave. Then he placed Bella and Celeste separately into two massive oil storage tanks, forcing their bodies through small openings designed for equipment, not people. He sealed the tanks and left for work as if nothing had happened. About mid-morning, Sean Ann's friend became concerned when she couldn't reach her. Sean Ann was punctual, communicative, and dependable. She missed appointments. She stopped responding to messages. Her friend contacted the police for a welfare check before Chris even returned home from work. When officers arrived, Chris appeared calm. Too calm. He told them Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He said he didn't know where she went, but inside the house, everything was still there. Her car, her purse, her phone, her medications. Nothing suggested a planned departure. The cracks formed immediately. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. Phone records showed he had been texting his mistress during and after the murders. His behavior during media interviews was unsettling. He smiled. He avoided emotion. He asked for his family's safe return while knowing exactly where their bodies were. Within days, investigators confronted him with the inconsistencies. Chris broke. First, he claimed Shannon had killed the children, and he killed her in rage. That story collapsed under scrutiny. Forensic evidence contradicted it. The autopsies told a different story. Finally, Chris confessed to killing all three. The truth was worse than anyone expected. Investigators discovered the burial site. They recovered Shannon's body. Extracting the children from the oil tanks was one of the most disturbing recovery operations many responders had ever experienced. The oil had damaged their skin. The scene was traumatic even for seasoned professionals. Chris Watts was charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, including the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. The motive was painfully simple. He wanted a new life. He wanted freedom. He wanted to erase his responsibilities instead of facing them. In November 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences. He was transferred to a prison in Wisconsin for his own safety, where he remains incarcerated. The Watts case shook the public not because of complexity, but because of familiarity. This wasn't a drifter. This wasn't a stranger. This was a husband, a father, a man who tucked his children into bed and killed them hours later. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a driven woman, and a loving friend. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, affectionate children who trusted their father completely. Their lives were reduced to a cautionary tale about how violence can exist behind the most ordinary doors. The case serves as a reminder that appearances mean nothing, that people can live double lives in plain sight, and that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone trusts the most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who stood in front of cameras, crying and begging for help to find her missing children. A story about a nationwide search fueled by sympathy, fear, and urgency. And about how, 9 days later, investigators uncovered a truth so devastating that it permanently altered the way people view parental crime. In October 1994, Susan Smith lived in Union, South Carolina, with her two young sons, 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alexander. Her marriage was troubled. She and her husband David were separated, arguing frequently and struggling financially. Susan appeared overwhelmed, emotionally unstable, and desperate for stability in her life. To the outside world, she looked like a tired but loving mother trying to hold things together. On the night of October 25th, 1994, Susan contacted police in a state of visible panic. She claimed that while stopped at a red light, a black man had carjacked her vehicle and driven away with her two children still strapped in their car seats. She sobbed as she described the alleged abduction, pleading for the safe return of her sons. The story ignited national outrage and sympathy. Law enforcement agencies launched an immediate, massive search. Roadblocks were set up. Helicopters scanned rural areas. Volunteers combed fields and woods. Media outlets broadcast Susan's tearful interviews nonstop. America watched as a grieving mother begged a stranger to bring her babies home. But from the beginning, investigators noticed subtle inconsistencies. Susan's timeline shifted. Her emotional responses felt rehearsed at times and oddly detached at others. Some details of the alleged carjacking didn't align with witness reports or traffic patterns. Still, with two missing children and no bodies, police continued searching. Behind the scenes, Susan's personal life began to unravel. Investigators learned she had been involved in a brief romantic relationship with a wealthy man named Tom Finley. He had recently ended the relationship after telling her clearly that he did not want children. This revelation shifted the entire focus of the investigation. Police began to consider an unthinkable possibility. As the days passed, the search intensified. Susan appeared increasingly unstable. She was placed under surveillance. Investigators gently but persistently questioned her, applying psychological pressure rather than confrontation. On November 3rd, 9 days after her sons disappeared, Susan Smith broke. She confessed. Susan admitted that on the night of October 25th, she had strapped Michael and Alexander into their car seats, driven to John D. Long Lake, and slowly rolled her car into the water with her children still inside. She watched as the vehicle sank. She then returned home and reported the crime she had invented. Divers were sent to the lake. They found the car submerged, its headlights still intact. Inside were the bodies of Michael and Alexander, still strapped into their seats exactly as Susan had described. The discovery devastated investigators, first responders, and the entire nation. The truth was undeniable. Susan Smith was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Susan killed her children because she believed they were preventing her from starting a new life. They presented evidence of her affair, her history of depression, and her calculated deception. They played recordings of her emotional pleas to the public, now stripped of their credibility. The defense argued that Susan was mentally ill, suffering from severe depression and suicidal ideation. They described a lifetime of trauma, including sexual abuse and emotional neglect. They claimed she was not fully capable of understanding the consequences of her actions at the time of the murders. The jury listened to both sides carefully. They saw photos of the lake. They heard expert testimony. They replayed Susan's interviews, now viewed through a different lens. In the end, they reached a verdict that reflected both punishment and mercy. In July 1995, Susan Smith was convicted of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 30 years. The death penalty was avoided by a narrow margin. Susan Smith remains incarcerated to this day. Michael and Alexander Smith were remembered not for how they died, but for who they were. Michael was described as protective, affectionate, and gentle. Alexander was a baby still learning to walk, still discovering the world. Their lives ended not because of neglect or accident, but because of a deliberate decision made by the person meant to protect them above all others. The Susan Smith case changed public perception forever. It exposed how easily sympathy can be manipulated, how powerful emotional performance can be, and how sometimes the most horrifying crimes are hidden behind convincing tears and carefully crafted lies. It also forced law enforcement to rethink how they approach missing children cases involving parents. The assumption of innocence was no longer automatic. The unthinkable became something investigators had to consider from the very beginning. The story of Susan Smith is not just a story about murder. It is a story about deception, desperation, and the devastating consequences of choosing escape over responsibility. And it stands as one of the most haunting reminders that tragedy does not always come from strangers lurking in the dark, but from within the walls of a family's own life. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who claimed an intruder entered her home in the middle of the night and murdered her children. A story that divided a nation, split families, and still sparks debate decades later. And about how a crime scene inside a quiet Texas home raised questions that have never fully gone away. In June 1996, Darlie Routier lived in Rowlett, Texas, with her husband Darren and their 3 young sons. Damon was 5 years old. Devin was 6. Drake, the youngest, was a baby sleeping upstairs in his crib. The family lived in a comfortable suburban house, the kind that blended into the neighborhood without drawing attention. On the night of June 6th, Darlie and her 2 older boys fell asleep downstairs in the living room, watching television. Darren and the baby were upstairs. According to Darlie, sometime after 2 a.m., she awoke to a man standing over her. She claimed the intruder stabbed her, ran toward the garage, and escaped through a screen door. When police arrived, they found a horrifying scene. Devin and Damon were dead on the living room floor. Both boys had been stabbed repeatedly. Darlie was bleeding heavily from her neck, arms, and chest. A bloody knife was found in the kitchen sink. A sock, soaked with blood, was later discovered in an alley a short distance from the house. At first glance, it appeared to be a brutal home invasion gone terribly wrong. Darlie was rushed to the hospital and underwent emergency surgery. Her wounds were serious, but not fatal. As doctors worked to save her life, investigators began processing the crime scene. Almost immediately, questions arose. There were no clear signs of forced entry. The screen door Darlie claimed the intruder used showed no damage consistent with a hurried escape. Blood patterns in the living room suggested movement that did not align with her account. The knife in the sink appeared to have been wiped clean. As investigators reconstructed the timeline, inconsistencies emerged. Darlie stated she fought fiercely with the attacker, yet the blood evidence did not support a prolonged struggle. She claimed she chased him toward the garage, but there were no bloody footprints leading that direction. The sock found outside raised suspicion. How could an intruder fleeing for his life stop to remove a sock and discard it blocks away? Public opinion shifted dramatically just days later. At a graveside vigil for her sons, Darlie was filmed smiling and spraying silly string on their graves during what she described as a celebration of their lives. The footage aired repeatedly on national television. For many viewers, it was jarring. For prosecutors, it became a powerful narrative tool. Investigators turned their focus inward. They examined the Routiers' finances, their marriage, and Darlie's mental state. Evidence showed the family was under financial strain. Insurance policies existed on the children. Prosecutors suggested the murders were staged to look like a break-in. Darlie was arrested and charged with capital murder. At trial, the prosecution argued that Darlie stabbed her sons and then inflicted wounds on herself to fabricate an attack. They presented forensic evidence they claimed proved the crime scene was manipulated. They emphasized the silly string video as evidence of a lack of remorse. The defense painted a different picture. They argued Darlie was a loving mother who nearly died trying to save her children. They pointed out her injuries were severe and could have easily been fatal. They highlighted unidentified fingerprints and the sock found outside as signs of an unknown intruder. They claimed investigators ignored evidence that didn't fit their theory. The trial became emotionally charged. Jurors were shown graphic photos. Expert witnesses debated bloodstain analysis. The courtroom listened as Darlie described waking up to violence, pain, and terror. The prosecution countered with a narrative of deception and calculated staging. In February 1997, the jury reached a verdict. Darlie Routier was found guilty of murdering her son Damon and sentenced to death. The charges related to Devin's death were not pursued at that time. She was sent to death row, where she remains today. The case did not end there. Over the years, questions continue to surface. Advances in DNA testing revealed that some evidence had never been fully analyzed. Supporters argued that critical forensic items could still prove the presence of an intruder. Critics maintained that the original verdict was sound and that the evidence overwhelmingly pointed to Darlie. Appeals were filed. Motions were denied. Public debate continued. To this day, Darlie Routier's case remains one of the most controversial true crime stories in America. Some believe she is a grieving mother wrongfully convicted. Others believe she committed an unthinkable act and successfully manipulated early perceptions. Devin and Damon Routier were remembered as energetic, playful boys who loved video games, cartoons, and their family. Regardless of where the truth ultimately lies, their lives ended violently inside the place where they should have been safest. The Routier case is a reminder of how complex crime scenes can be, how emotion, media, and perception can influence justice, and how some stories never fully resolve, leaving behind questions that echo long after the verdict is read. It is a case that forces people to confront uncomfortable possibilities, that innocence and guilt are not always clear-cut, and that sometimes the truth lives in the gray spaces between evidence, emotion, and belief. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession disguised as love, about a relationship that burned intensely, collapsed violently, and ended in one of the most disturbing murders ever presented in a courtroom. This is a story where nearly every answer came from the killer herself, and each version made the truth darker. In the mid-2000s, Travis Alexander lived in Mesa, Arizona. He was charismatic, well-spoken, deeply religious, and socially successful. Friends described him as confident and ambitious, someone who enjoyed attention and had no trouble attracting people. In 2006, he met Jodi Arias at a work conference. The connection was immediate and intense. Jodi became deeply attached very quickly. She moved closer to Travis, changed her appearance, adopted his interests, and began reshaping her identity around him. Their relationship was volatile from the beginning. Passionate, on again, off again, emotionally charged, and unstable. Travis tried to distance himself, but Jodi resisted every attempt at separation. Friends noticed the imbalance. Jodi monitored Travis constantly. She appeared uninvited. She left messages. She followed him. What Travis viewed as a relationship that had ended, Jodi viewed as something she still owned. On June 4th, 2008, Travis Alexander was found dead in a shower. He had been stabbed 27 times. His throat had been slashed from ear to ear. He had also been shot in the head. The scene was brutal, intimate, and deeply personal. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a robbery. Nothing suggested a random attack. Investigators immediately suspected someone Travis knew. As police searched the house, they found a digital camera damaged, but intact enough to recover images. What they discovered would become central to the case. The camera contained photos taken on the day of the murder. Intimate photos, casual photos, and then a sequence showing Travis injured and bleeding moments before his death. The final images captured Travis collapsing. The timestamp placed the murder squarely in the afternoon. Investigators followed the digital trail. Phone records, emails, travel records. All signs pointed toward Jodi Arias. She initially denied being in Arizona at the time. She claimed she had not seen Travis in months. That lie fell apart quickly. Jodi changed her story. She admitted being at Travis's house, but claimed 2 intruders attacked them. That story collapsed under evidence. Then she claimed the killing was an act of self-defense. Each version contradicted the last. Each explanation raised more questions. Forensic evidence told a clearer story. Blood patterns showed Travis was attacked while vulnerable. Defensive wounds indicated he tried to escape. The number of injuries showed sustained aggression, not panic. The gunshot wound came last, suggesting a final, deliberate act. The trial began in 2013 and became a media spectacle. Jodi Arias took the stand in her own defense. For 18 days, she testified in graphic detail. She spoke calmly. She cried selectively. She described herself as a victim of abuse. She tried to portray Travis as controlling and violent. Prosecutors dismantled her testimony piece by piece. They presented evidence of stalking behavior. They showed how Jodi slashed Travis's tires weeks before the murder. They demonstrated how she accessed his accounts, followed his movements, and refused to accept rejection. They showed the jury how she had planned the trip, rented a car, purchased a weapon, and attempted to erase her trail. The camera images were unavoidable. The jury saw the progression from intimacy to violence. They saw Travis alive, then injured, then dying. There was no reasonable explanation for those images that aligned with self-defense. In May 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The sentencing phase took years. Prosecutors sought the death penalty. The jury could not agree. Eventually, Jodi Arias was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remains incarcerated today. Travis Alexander was remembered as a man who trusted the wrong person, a man whose kindness and openness were used against him. His death was not the result of sudden rage, but of long-term obsession and entitlement. The Jodi Arias case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for its transparency. Rarely does a murder come with a visual timeline. Rarely does a killer speak so freely, so often, and so contradictorily. It is a story about obsession turning lethal, about rejection becoming unbearable, and about how the most dangerous relationships are sometimes the ones that appear passionate rather than violent. When someone refuses to let go, refuses to accept no, and refuses to release control, the outcome can be catastrophic. This case stands as a reminder that intimacy does not equal safety, that obsession is not love, and that sometimes the truth is captured not through confession, but through the silent evidence left behind. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a police officer who buried 4 wives and claimed every death was an accident. A story about charm, authority, and confidence being used as weapons. And about how one woman vanished without a trace, while another was found dead in a bathtub under circumstances that no longer made sense. Drew Peterson was a longtime police sergeant in Bolingbrook, Illinois. He was loud, confident, and unapologetic. He enjoyed attention and believed he was smarter than everyone around him. Over the years, he had been married 4 times. 2 of those marriages ended in death. For a long time, no one stopped him. His 3rd wife, Kathleen Savio, was found dead in a dry bathtub in 2004. She was naked, bruised, and bleeding. The water was barely running. Her death was ruled an accidental drowning. Drew accepted condolences calmly and moved on quickly. Too quickly. Just weeks after Kathleen's death, Drew began openly dating a much younger woman named Stacy Callis. She was 23 years old. Drew was nearly 30 years older. He married her soon after. Friends and family noticed how fast everything moved, how controlling Drew was, and how isolated Stacy became. Over time, Stacy began telling people she was afraid. She said Drew monitored her constantly. She said he threatened her. She said that if anything happened to her, he was responsible. She confided in family members and friends, leaving behind a trail of concern that would later become critical. In October 2007, Stacy Peterson disappeared. She was 23 years old. Her car was still at home. Her purse was still inside. Her children were still there. Drew told police she had simply walked out, abandoning her kids to run away with another man. Very few people believed him. The disappearance drew national attention. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Drew welcomed the spotlight. He gave interviews. He joked. He smirked. He contradicted himself repeatedly. Instead of appearing concerned, he seemed entertained. As investigators dug deeper, Kathleen Savio's death came back into focus. Kathleen had been in a bitter divorce with Drew before she died. She had accused him of abuse. She had expressed fear. She had told people he would kill her. Her body showed signs of a struggle that had never been properly examined. In 2007, Kathleen's death was reclassified as a homicide. An autopsy revealed blunt force trauma to her head and neck. The injuries were inconsistent with an accidental fall. The bathtub scene no longer made sense. Investigators believed she had been beaten and then placed in the tub to stage the scene. Still, there was a problem. There was no body for Stacy. Without a body, prosecutors faced an uphill battle. Drew continued to speak publicly, mocking investigators, taunting the media, and insisting he was untouchable. He believed his law enforcement background would protect him forever. But Drew made a mistake. He talked too much. A close associate later came forward with a recording. In it, Drew discussed how someone could kill a spouse and get away with it if the body was never found. He explained the strategy calmly, confidently, and without hesitation. That recording changed everything. In 2009, Drew Peterson was arrested and charged with the murder of Kathleen Savio. Prosecutors used circumstantial evidence, forensic findings, and witness testimony to build their case. They also introduced statements from Stacy, made before her disappearance, describing abuse and fear. The trial revealed a disturbing pattern. Drew's earlier wives had also died under suspicious circumstances. One had been found dead in a bathtub. Another died suddenly of unexplained causes. Each time, Drew walked away without consequences. The jury listened as experts explained how Kathleen's injuries could not have been accidental. They heard about Drew's controlling behavior, his threats, and his repeated statements about outsmarting the system. In 2012, Drew Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison. Later, he was also convicted in connection with a plot to have the prosecutor killed, further confirming the extent of his belief that rules did not apply to him. Stacy Peterson's body has never been found. Her disappearance remains one of the most haunting aspects of the case. She left behind children, family, and unanswered questions. While Drew has been held accountable for Kathleen's murder, Stacy's fate remains officially unresolved. Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson were very different women, but their stories intersected through one man's need for control and power. Both tried to leave. Both expressed fear. Both were silenced. The Drew Peterson case is a reminder of how authority can shield violence, how confidence can delay justice, and how some predators operate not in the shadows, but in plain sight, protected by reputation and position. It is also a reminder that persistence matters, that cases dismissed too quickly deserve another look, and that sometimes justice arrives not because the killer confesses, but because the lies finally collapse under their own weight. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahao's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahao was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahao either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruders seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints have been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with the distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life from Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserved to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13th, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthews' DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence from Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women, both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history, while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing: the story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina in a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the Wright case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but 2 wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his 3rd wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young women who accepted a ride from a friendly stranger, about a terrifying ordeal that lasted over a decade, and about how one brave woman's escape finally exposed a house of horrors hidden in plain sight in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. On August 23, 2002, 16-year-old Gina DeJesus was walking home from school in Cleveland, Ohio, when a man she vaguely knew from the neighborhood offered her a ride. The man was Ariel Castro, the father of one of her friends. Gina had no reason to fear him, so she accepted the ride. She was never seen by her family again, at least not for over a decade. Gina wasn't Ariel Castro's first victim. Nearly a year earlier, on August 22, 2002, 21-year-old Michelle Knight had disappeared after leaving a social services building. She had been in a custody battle over her young son and had an appointment that day. Castro had spotted her and offered assistance, then lured her to his house on Seymour Avenue, where he imprisoned her in an upstairs bedroom. Then on April 21, 2003, 14-year-old Amanda Berry vanished while walking home from her job at a Burger King. She called her sister to say she was getting a ride home from someone, and then she was gone. Her mother appeared on multiple television shows pleading for information about her missing daughter. Tragically, Amanda's mother died in 2006, never knowing what had happened to her child. All 3 women have been taken to the same location, a modest house at 2207 Seymour Avenue owned by Ariel Castro. Castro was a 52-year-old school bus driver who seemed like a regular guy in the neighborhood. He played bass in local bands, attended community gatherings, and even participated in searches for the missing girls, including a vigil for Gina DeJesus, all while holding them captive in his home. Inside the house, Castro had created a nightmare. The women were held in locked rooms. often chained to radiators or walls. He had boarded up windows and soundproofed areas to prevent anyone from hearing their screams. Castro controlled every aspect of their lives, deciding when they could eat, use the bathroom, or move around. He subjected them to horrific physical and sexual abuse over the years. Castro kept detailed records of his captives, treating them like possessions rather than human beings. He would play psychological games, sometimes pretending he was going to let them go, only to crush their hopes. He isolated each woman from the others for long periods, preventing them from forming bonds that might give them strength to resist. The most devastating aspect of their captivity was that Castro would force them to become pregnant, only to deliberately cause miscarriages through beatings and starvation. Michelle Knight endured this horror multiple times. But in 2006, Amanda Berry became pregnant, and this time Castro allowed the pregnancy to continue. Amanda gave birth to a daughter, Jocelyn, in a plastic kiddie pool in the house with only Michelle Knight, who had no medical training to help her through the delivery. For years, the three women lived in Castro's house while life went on normally outside. Neighbors had no idea that just feet away from them, three missing women were being held captive. Castro's adult children would visit the house occasionally, but never suspected anything, as Castro kept the captives hidden and warned them that if they made noise, he would harm them or their families. The women had given up hope of ever being rescued. Police had investigated Castro's house at one point during the search for the missing women, but a cursory check hadn't revealed anything suspicious. As the years passed and the massive search efforts died down, it seemed the women had been forgotten by everyone except their families who never stopped looking. Then on May 6, 2013, everything changed. Castro made a rare mistake. He left the house without properly securing all the locks. Amanda Berry saw an opportunity. She could see through a crack in the door that Castro had left. She began screaming for help and trying to force the door open. A neighbor, Charles Ramsey, heard her screams and ran over to help. He couldn't understand what was happening at first, but he could hear the desperation in Amanda's voice. Together, they managed to force the door open enough for Amanda and her 6-year-old daughter Jocelyn to squeeze through to freedom. Amanda immediately called 911, and her words became famous around the world. "Help me, I'm Amanda Berry. I've been kidnapped, and I've been missing for 10 years, and I'm here. I'm free now." The 911 operator could barely believe what she was hearing. Police rushed to the scene within minutes. When officers entered Castro's house, they found Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still inside, weak and terrified but alive. The women were rushed to the hospital while police began processing what would become one of the most shocking crime scenes in recent American history. The house revealed evidence of years of imprisonment and abuse. Ariel Castro was arrested that same day as he returned home, having no idea that his captives had escaped. He initially tried to deny everything, then claimed the women had stayed willingly. But the evidence was overwhelming, and the women's testimony painted a clear picture of prolonged captivity and abuse. In July 2013, Castro pleaded guilty to over 900 charges, including kidnapping and multiple counts of abuse. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 1,000 years without the possibility of parole. During his sentencing, he showed no real remorse and even claimed he wasn't a violent person, despite the overwhelming evidence of his crimes. Michelle, Amanda, and Gina each gave victim impact statements, though Michelle was the only one who spoke in person at the sentencing. She told Castro directly that the death penalty would be too easy for him, and that he deserved to spend the rest of his life suffering as he had made them suffer. Just 1 month into his prison sentence, on September 3, 2013, Ariel Castro was found dead in his cell. He had taken his own life by hanging. His death meant the women would never have to worry about him being released or escaping, but it also meant he would never face the full weight of justice for what he had done. After their rescue, all three women faced the difficult task of rebuilding their lives. Amanda Berry has been raising her daughter Jocelyn, who is now a teenager. She co-authored a book about her experience and has become an advocate for missing persons. Gina De Jesus has also written about her ordeal and works with organizations that help missing children and their families. Michelle Knight, who later changed her name to Lily Rose Lee, wrote her own book and has worked to raise awareness about abuse and captivity. She has spoken publicly about her journey from victim to survivor, inspiring others who have faced trauma. The house on Seymour Avenue, where the women suffered for so long, was demolished in 2013. The empty lot serves as a reminder of the horrors that took place there, but also of the strength and resilience of 3 women who survived against all odds. Amanda Berry, Gina De Jesus, and Michelle Knight endured years of unimaginable suffering, but found the courage to reclaim their lives and their identities after escaping from Ariel Castro's House of Horrors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young pregnant woman who was excited to meet the person selling baby clothes online, about a horrifying crime that shocked the nation, and about how a seemingly kind stranger turned out to be a monster who wanted to steal more than just possessions. In March 2015, 26-year-old Savannah Graywind was 7 months pregnant and preparing for the arrival of her baby girl. She lived with her parents in an apartment building in Fargo, North Dakota, and was excited about becoming a mother. Savannah was friendly, trusting, and looking forward to starting this new chapter of her life. On August 19, 2017, Savannah told her mother she was going upstairs to help a neighbor with a sewing project. The neighbor was Brooke Cruz, a 38-year-old woman who lived in the apartment directly above the Graywind family. Savannah thought she was just being a good neighbor by helping someone who had asked for assistance. She never came back downstairs. When Savannah didn't return after a reasonable amount of time, her family became worried. Her mother, Norberta, went upstairs to check on her, but received no answer when she knocked on Brooke Cruz's door. Hours passed, and Savannah still hadn't returned. Her parent called her cell phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. By that evening, they knew something was terribly wrong and called the police to report their daughter missing. Police began investigating immediately, interviewing neighbors and trying to establish where Savannah had gone. Brooke Cruz told police that Savannah had come to her apartment, but had left after a short time. She claimed she didn't know where Savannah had gone after that. Police searched the apartment building and the surrounding area, but found no sign of Savannah. The investigation intensified over the next few days. Savannah's family organized search parties, distributed flyers, and made emotional pleas for information. The community rallied around them, desperate to find the missing pregnant woman. Police continued to question neighbors and review any available surveillance footage from the area. Then on August 24th, 5 days after Savannah disappeared, police received information that would crack the case open in the most horrifying way. Brooke Cruz's boyfriend, William Hone, was seen carrying what appeared to be a suspicious package wrapped in a blanket down to a car. A witness reported seeing this strange behavior, and police decided to check on Brooke and William once more. When officers entered the apartment, they found something shocking. There was a newborn baby in the apartment. Brooke claimed the baby was hers, saying she had just given birth. But investigators were immediately suspicious. There was no evidence of a recent birth in the apartment. No medical supplies, no mess, nothing that would indicate a woman had given birth there. The baby appeared to be several days old, not newborn. Police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched the apartment and the areas around the building. They found disturbing evidence, including cleaning supplies and signs that something violent had occurred in the apartment. Most devastating of all, they discovered evidence that led them to the Red River, which flows through Fargo. On August 27th, 8 days after Savannah vanished, kayakers found her body wrapped in plastic and hidden in the Red River. The discovery confirmed everyone's worst fears. Savannah Graywind had been taken from her family in the most brutal way imaginable. An autopsy revealed that Savannah had died from homicidal violence, and her baby had been removed from her body. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth about what had happened. Brooke Cruz had been faking a pregnancy for months, showing friends and family what appeared to be a growing belly and talking about her upcoming baby. But she wasn't actually pregnant. She had been planning to steal someone else's baby and claim it as her own. When Savannah came upstairs to help with the sewing project, Brooke attacked her. Using zip ties and other restraints, Brooke subdued Savannah and then performed a crude operation to remove her baby while Savannah was still alive or had just died. The brutality of the crime was almost incomprehensible. Brooke then took the baby and presented her as her own child. William Hone, Brooke's boyfriend, was aware of what had happened and helped cover up the crime. He assisted in disposing of Savannah's body and helped create false stories to tell police. While he claimed he hadn't participated in the actual attack or the removal of the baby, he was complicit in the cover-up and in hiding the evidence. Both Brooke Cruz and William Hone were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit kidnapping and other related charges. The baby, miraculously, had survived and was physically healthy despite the traumatic circumstances of her birth. She was placed in the custody of Savannah's family, who named her Hazley Joe and have been raising her with love and devotion. Brooke Cruz' trial revealed the extent of her planning and deception. She had been researching how to induce labor and had been acquiring supplies for her plan. She had told elaborate lies to friends and family about her pregnancy, even posting ultrasound images online that weren't hers. When she realized she couldn't maintain the deception any longer, she targeted Savannah, someone vulnerable and trusting who lived in the same building. In February 2018, Brooke Cruz pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder, and providing false information to law enforcement. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During her sentencing, she showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why she committed such a horrific act. William Hone went to trial and was convicted of conspiracy to commit kidnapping and lying to authorities about what happened. While the jury found he didn't directly participate in taking Savannah's life, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum sentence for his role in the crime and cover-up. The case led to the passage of Savannah's Act, federal legislation aimed at improving coordination between federal, state, and tribal law enforcement to address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Savannah was a member of the Spirit Lake tribe, and her case highlighted the disproportionate violence faced by Native American women. Savannah Graywind's family has been raising Hazley Joe, ensuring that she knows about her mother and the love Savannah had for her even before she was born. They've shared photos and stories, creating a connection between Hazley and the mother she'll never get to meet. The little girl is growing up surrounded by family who love her and honor her mother's memory. Savannah Graywind was a young woman who should have experienced the joy of holding her baby for the first time, of watching her daughter grow, and of all the moments that make motherhood special. Instead, her life was stolen by someone who saw her as nothing more than a means to get what she wanted. The crime was so brutal and senseless that it's difficult to comprehend how one person could do such a thing to another. Savannah's memory lives on through her daughter and through the legislation that bears her name, helping to protect other Indigenous women from similar fates. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who disappeared while jogging, about a case that gripped an entire nation with its twists and turns, and about how a seemingly random attack exposed lies that ran deeper than anyone could have imagined. In November 2016, Sherry Papini was a 34-year-old wife and mother living in Redding, California. On November 2nd, she went out for her usual afternoon jog near her home while her husband Keith was at work and their 2 young children were at daycare. When Keith came home that evening, Sherry wasn't there. Her phone was found along the jogging trail with strands of her hair tangled in the earbuds. Her disappearance set off a massive search effort. Keith Papini made emotional public pleas for his wife's safe return. He described Sherry as a devoted mother who would never voluntarily leave her children. Search parties combed the area where she had been jogging. Police investigated whether she had been abducted or if something else had happened. The case received national media attention, with many people following the story and hoping for Sherry's safe return. On Thanksgiving morning, November 24th, 2016, 3 weeks after she vanished, Sherry Papini suddenly reappeared. She was found on the side of a highway about 150 miles from her home, bound with chains and with a bag over her head. A passing motorist spotted her and called police. She was rushed to the hospital where doctors found she had lost weight, had bruises and burns on her body, and appeared traumatized. Sherry told police an incredible story. She claimed that two Hispanic women had abducted her while she was jogging. She said they had held her captive for 3 weeks, keeping her chained in a room, beating her, and branding her with a heated object. She said the women had covered her head with a bag and dumped her on the highway before driving away. She couldn't provide many details about her captors or where she had been held. The story sparked outrage and sympathy across the country. People were horrified that someone could be randomly abducted in broad daylight and held captive for weeks. Sherry became the subject of intense media coverage, with many calling her brave for surviving such an ordeal. Her husband, Keith, appeared on television defending her and expressing gratitude that she had been returned alive. But investigators were troubled by inconsistencies in Sherry's account. She provided very little useful information about her alleged captors. The description she gave was vague and changed slightly each time she told the story. Physical evidence didn't match her claims. Police couldn't find any trace of where she had supposedly been held or any witnesses who had seen the women she described. Detectives collected DNA evidence from Sherry's clothing and body, hoping it would lead them to her abductors. When they ran the DNA through databases, they got a hit, but not the one they expected. The male DNA found on Sherry's body belonged to an ex-boyfriend who lived in Southern California, hundreds of miles away. Police tracked down the ex-boyfriend and interviewed him. What he told them was shocking. He said that Sherry had contacted him before her disappearance, asking if she could come stay with him. He agreed, and she had been at his apartment the entire time she was supposedly being held captive by mysterious women. He said she had asked him to help stage injuries to make it look like she had been abducted and abused. The ex-boyfriend told investigators that Sherry had inflicted some injuries on herself and asked him to help with others. He said she had burned herself with a heated object and asked him to hit her, which he initially refused to do. Eventually, he drove her to the highway and dropped her off where she could be found. The entire kidnapping story had been a lie. With this new information, investigators confronted Sherry Papini. At first, she denied the allegations and stuck to her kidnapping story. But faced with DNA evidence and testimony from her ex-boyfriend, the truth became undeniable. Sherry finally admitted that she had not been kidnapped. She had voluntarily gone to stay with her ex-boyfriend and had fabricated the entire abduction story. The revelation shocked everyone who had believed her story and participated in the search efforts. Thousands of hours have been spent looking for Sherry and investigating her fake kidnapping. Resources that could have been used for real crimes were wasted on her deception. The community that had rallied around her felt betrayed. In March 2022, more than 5 years after her staged disappearance, Sherry Papini was arrested and charged with lying to federal investigators and mail fraud. The mail fraud charges related to the fact that she had received victim assistance funds totaling more than $30,000 based on her false claims of being kidnapped. At her court proceedings, details emerged about possible motivations for the elaborate hoax. Some reports suggested Sherry had problems in her marriage and wanted attention from her ex-boyfriend. Others speculated she craved the sympathy and attention that came with being a victim. Mental health experts suggested she might have disorders that caused her to seek attention through fabricating dramatic situations. In April 2022, Sherry Papini pleaded guilty to the charges against her. She admitted to making false statements and committing mail fraud. She faced the victims of her hoax, including investigators who had worked tirelessly on her case and community members who had searched for her. She apologized, saying she was deeply ashamed of what she had done. In September 2022, Sherry Papini was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. The judge noted that her actions had diverted resources from real victims and had damaged public trust. Sherry was also ordered to pay restitution of more than $300,000 to cover the costs of the investigation and the victim assistance funds she had fraudulently received. Keith Papini filed for divorce shortly after Sherry's arrest, seeking custody of their 2 children. He said he felt humiliated and deceived by the woman he had defended publicly for years. The children, who had believed their mother had been kidnapped and tortured, now had to cope with learning the truth about her lies. The case became infamous as an example of how someone could fabricate an entire crime and deceive not just their family, but law enforcement and the entire nation. Sherry Papini had staged an elaborate hoax that caused immense pain and wasted countless resources. Her story captivated America, but for all the wrong reasons, serving as a reminder that sometimes the most dramatic stories turn out to be nothing more than carefully constructed lies designed to gain attention and sympathy at the expense of truth and real victims who genuinely need help. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. 2 women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of two of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A fifth woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt, but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about 3 young boys who vanished after going out to play, about a community that searched desperately for answers, and about how a shocking confession decades later revealed that the killer had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. In May 1986, 3 young boys from Baltimore, Maryland, went missing after heading out to play on a Sunday afternoon. 10-year-old Brian Kramer, 11-year-old Mark Digman, and 11-year-old David Fries were best friends who lived in the same neighborhood. They told their parents they were going to go play and would be home for dinner. They never came home. When the boys didn't return that evening, their families became worried and started searching the neighborhood. They called friends and checked all the usual places the boys liked to hang out. By nightfall, when there was still no sign of the 3 children, police were called and a massive search began. The community of Baltimore rallied together to look for the missing boys. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and abandoned buildings. Police conducted house-to-house searches and interviewed everyone who might have seen the boys that day. Flyers with the boys' photos were posted throughout the city. The case received extensive media coverage as families desperately hoped for their safe return. As days passed with no sign of the children, hope began to fade. The families held press conferences pleading for information. Police followed up on every tip and lead, but none brought them closer to finding the boys. The investigation eventually went cold, and the case became one of Baltimore's most haunting mysteries. For decades, the families of Brian, Mark, and David lived with the agony of not knowing what had happened to their sons. Were they still alive somewhere? Had they run away? Had someone taken them? The questions haunted them every single day. They held memorials, kept the boys' rooms unchanged and never stopped hoping for answers. Then in 2015, nearly 30 years after the boys disappeared, police received information that would finally break the case open. A woman contacted authorities saying her deceased father had confessed to her years earlier that he had been involved in the deaths of 3 boys in the 1980s. The woman had been troubled by this confession for years, but had been afraid to come forward while her father was still alive. The man the woman identified was someone who had lived in the same Baltimore neighborhood where the boys had disappeared. His name was Joseph Smith, and he had died in 2010. Smith had been questioned during the original investigation in 1986, but had been cleared at the time. Investigators had no evidence linking him to the disappearance, and he had seemed cooperative and concerned about the missing children. Based on the daughter's information, police reopened the case and began investigating Smith's background more thoroughly. They discovered that he had been convicted of molesting children on multiple occasions, both before and after 1986. Despite this history, he had been allowed to live freely in the community near where children played. This raised serious questions about how the original investigation had cleared him so easily. Detectives worked to corroborate the daughter's account and build a case even though the suspect was already deceased. They re-interviewed witnesses from 1986, many of whom had new information or remembered details they hadn't shared at the time. Some neighbors recalled seeing Smith talking to young boys in the neighborhood around the time of the disappearance. Investigators also learned that Smith had access to a property where he could have taken the boys without being observed. Witnesses remembered that Smith had been unusually interested in the investigation in 1986, frequently asking police about their progress and offering unsolicited theories about what might have happened. This kind of behavior is common among perpetrators who insert themselves into investigations. In 2016, police announced they had solved the case, based on the daughter's testimony, witness statements, and circumstantial evidence. They concluded that Joseph Smith had been responsible for the deaths of Brian, Mark, and David. While Smith couldn't be prosecuted because he was deceased, police wanted to give the families closure and let the community know the case was solved. According to the investigation, Smith had lured the 3 boys to a location where he had harmed them. The exact details of what happened were never fully revealed out of respect for the families, but police stated they believed the boys had been taken to an isolated area and had not survived. Despite extensive searches of properties associated with Smith, the boys' remains were never recovered. The news brought mixed emotions for the families. After 3 decades of uncertainty, they finally had answers about what had happened to their sons. But the knowledge that the person responsible had lived freely for years after committing such horrific crimes was painful. They also struggled with the fact that they would never be able to recover their sons' bodies and give them proper burials. The families expressed anger that Smith had been questioned and cleared in 1986 despite his history of offenses against children. They felt that if investigators had looked more carefully at his background and taken his history seriously, he might have been caught at the time. The case highlighted failures in how law enforcement tracked repeat offenders and shared information about dangerous individuals. The case also raised questions about why Smith's daughter had waited so long to come forward with the information. She explained that she had been afraid of her father while he was alive and feared what he might do if she reported him. She also struggled with the loyalty she felt toward her father despite knowing what he had done. Only after his death did she feel safe enough to tell authorities what he had confessed to her. For the Baltimore community, the resolution of the case brought some sense of closure to a tragedy that had haunted them for decades. Parents who had warned their own children about stranger danger, using the story of the 3 missing boys, could now tell them the case had been solved. But the loss of Brian, Mark, and David remained a painful reminder of the dangers that can exist in seemingly safe neighborhoods. The 3 boys had simply wanted to go out and play on a spring afternoon. They should have come home for dinner, grown up, and lived full lives. Instead, they encountered a predator who saw them as victims rather than children. Their family spent 3 decades searching for answers, never giving up hope that someday they would know the truth. While Joseph Smith escaped earthly justice by dying before he could be prosecuted, the truth about what he did was finally revealed. Brian Kramer, Mark Digman, and David Fries are remembered not just as victims, but as three young boys who were friends, who loved to play together, and whose lives were stolen far too soon by someone who should never have had access to children in the first place. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about two young boys who disappeared during what should have been a routine car ride, and about a lie that unraveled to reveal an unthinkable truth. On October 25th, 1994, Susan Smith called police in Union, South Carolina, claiming that a black man had carjacked her vehicle at a stoplight with her two young sons still inside. 3-year-old Michael and 14-month-old Alexander were strapped in their car seats when a carjacker supposedly jumped in and drove away with them. Susan appeared on national television, tearfully begging for the safe return of her boys. The entire nation watched as this young mother pleaded for whoever had her children to bring them home safely. She described the carjacker in detail and gave multiple interviews looking distraught and desperate. Search parties combed the area. Police followed up on hundreds of tips. Everyone wanted to help find Michael and Alexander. But investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies in Susan's story. Her timeline didn't make sense. The location where she claimed the carjacking occurred didn't match the evidence. Her behavior seemed off for a mother whose children had just been taken. She was crying, but there were no tears. She seemed more concerned with her appearance on camera than with finding her sons. After 9 days of searching and national media attention, Susan Smith finally confessed to the horrible truth. There had been no carjacking. There had been no mysterious man who took her children. Susan herself had driven her car to John D. Long Lake, strapped her two sons in their car seats, released the parking brake, and let the car roll into the dark water with her boys still inside. Michael and Alexander drowned trapped in that sinking car while their mother stood on the shore and watched. The car sank in 70 feet of water, coming to rest upside down on the lake bottom with the two little boys still strapped in their seats. Susan then drove to a nearby home and made up the carjacking story. The confession shocked everyone who had been following the case. How could a mother do this to her own children? What could possibly drive someone to such an unthinkable act? As investigators dug deeper, they uncovered Susan's motive, and it was as cold and selfish as the crime itself. Susan had been having an affair with a wealthy local man named Tom Finley. She was obsessed with him and desperate for the relationship to become serious. But Tom had written her a letter saying that while he cared about her, he wasn't ready to be a father and didn't want a relationship with someone who had children. He wanted to keep things casual and wasn't interested in taking on the responsibility of family. Susan decided that her sons were obstacles standing between her and the relationship she wanted, rather than accept that Tom simply wasn't interested in a serious commitment. She convinced herself that if her children were gone, he would want to be with her. So she eliminated them, then created an elaborate lie to cover up what she had done. The carjacking story was deliberate and calculated. By claiming a black man had taken her children, Susan was exploiting racial stereotypes and tensions, knowing it would make her story more believable and generate sympathy. She was willing to let an innocent person be blamed for her crime. Police wasted valuable time following false leads based on her fabricated description. During the investigation before her confession, Susan even participated in the searches for her sons. She stood by the lake where their bodies lay underwater and continued to lie. She appeared on television multiple times, maintaining her story while knowing exactly where her children were. The level of deception was staggering. When divers finally recovered the car from the lake, they found Michael and Alexander still in their car seats. The image of those two little boys trapped underwater in the dark haunted everyone involved in the case. They had been alive when the car entered the water. They had experienced the terror of the car sinking, the water rushing in, and they had died alone without their mother there to save them. Susan Smith was arrested and charged with 2 counts of ending life. Her trial began in July 1995, and the entire nation watched. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of her guilt and argued for the death penalty. They painted Susan as a selfish, cold-blooded killer who had sacrificed her children for a man. The defense tried to generate sympathy by presenting evidence of Susan's troubled childhood. She had been abused and had attempted to end her own life as a teenager. They argued she was mentally ill and not fully responsible for her actions. They portrayed her as a damaged person who had made a terrible decision in a moment of desperation. The jury found Susan Smith guilty on both counts. But during the penalty phase, they chose life in prison instead of death. Some jurors later said they believed Susan was genuinely mentally ill and that execution wasn't appropriate. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Susan Smith is currently incarcerated at Leith Correctional Institution in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024, 30 years after the crimes. The families of Michael and Alexander have stated they will fight her release, arguing she should remain in prison for the rest of her life. Over the years, Susan has had disciplinary problems in prison, including affairs with guards. She has given interviews where she expressed remorse, but many people question whether that remorse is genuine or just another manipulation. The woman who could watch her children drown and then lie about it for 9 days may not be capable of true remorse. The case had a lasting impact on how missing children cases are investigated. Law enforcement became more aware that family members can be suspects even when they appear to be grieving victims. The case also sparked conversations about the dangers of false accusations and how racial stereotypes can be exploited. For David Smith, the father of Michael and Alexander, the tragedy was devastating. He had to bury his 2 young sons while knowing their mother had deliberately taken their lives. He has spent years advocating for justice and keeping his son's memory alive. Susan Smith eliminated her children because they were inconvenient, because they stood between her and what she wanted. Michael and Alexander died, not because of some random act of violence, but because their mother valued a relationship with a man more than she valued their lives. That cold calculation makes her crime one of the most disturbing cases of maternal filicide in American history. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a stretch of beach in New York where the wind carried secrets, a place bordered by wealthy houses and empty dunes, where for years nobody noticed what was buried right beneath their feet. I'm going to tell you about the victims who vanished, the families who refused to give up, and a killer who lived such an ordinary life that he blended into the neighborhood without raising a single eyebrow. This is the true story of the Long Island serial killer, a case that haunted investigators for more than a decade and revealed how deeply a predator can hide inside a world that looks safe from the outside. The story begins not with a body, but with a phone call. In May 2010, a young woman named Shannon Gilbert placed a panicked 911 call from inside a gated community in Oak Beach, New York. She was terrified, running, telling the operator that someone was trying to kill her. She banged on doors begging for help, but disappeared into the darkness before police arrived. Officers initially treated it as a mental health episode, not a crime. They assumed she wandered into the marsh and drowned. They didn't search with urgency. They didn't push deeper. And because that call wasn't taken seriously, nobody realized that the disappearance of one woman was about to expose something far worse. Months passed. Shannon remained missing. Her family kept asking questions. Police did not yet understand the scale of what was coming. In December 2010, during a routine training exercise with a search dog, officers found something near the tall grass along Gilgo Beach. A set of remains wrapped in burlap. At first, they thought it might be Shannon, but it wasn't. It belonged to another woman, one who had been missing for years. That discovery immediately changed the tone of the investigation. This was not an accident. This was a dumping site, and the killer had been using it long before anyone noticed. The next day, they found another body, then another, then one more. 4 victims in total, all placed within a few hundred meters of each other. Same condition, same type of burlap wrapping, same location, same pattern. The media exploded with coverage, naming the unknown suspect the Long Island serial killer, or LISK. People who lived in million-dollar homes along that coastline suddenly realized they were living beside a graveyard. All 4 victims were young women who worked as online escorts. Their families had reported them missing, but their cases had not been given urgency when they vanished. Investigators now understood that whoever the killer was, He had been operating with confidence. He used the same remote stretch of beach repeatedly. He knew the area. He knew how long it would take for bodies to be discovered, if they were discovered at all. As police expanded their search radius, they found more remains. Some older, some scattered, some dismembered. The pattern became complicated, suggesting possibly more than one killer over many years. But the original four, the Gilgo Four, as the media called them, appeared to be the clearest cluster. One offender, one method, one timeline. The community became gripped with fear. Long Island was not a place people associated with serial killers. It was suburban, comfortable, normal. Families lived there for generations. Kids played outside. People left their doors unlocked. But predators thrive in places where nobody expects them, and this one had hidden in plain sight. Years passed. Leads dried up. New police commissioners came and went. The case grew dusty. Families of the victims held vigils demanding action. Documentaries were released. Tips trickled in, but led nowhere. Some investigators privately wondered whether the killer had died, moved away, or simply stopped. But the truth was far simpler. He was living his life like nothing had happened. What broke the case open wasn't a confession or a witness. It was phone records. The killer had used burner phones to contact the victims before meeting them. He had also used those same burners to taunt the family of one victim, calling her sister repeatedly, describing what he had done, feeding on their fear. Detectives managed to trace the location of those calls to a small cluster of cell towers near a quiet neighborhood in Massapequa Park, Long Island. The pattern was strange. The phone pings appeared only at certain times of day, only near particular routes, and never far from one man's house and workplace. That man was Rex Hoyerman, a married architect with a respected job in Midtown Manhattan. He looked like someone you might pass on a busy street without noticing. Average, quiet, slightly awkward, a man who lived a routine life. But behind that ordinary surface was a carefully hidden darkness. Investigators began watching him quietly. They analyzed his car movements, his commutes, his habits. They dug into his internet history and found searches related to the victims, the investigation, disturbing content, and movements of sex workers in New York. Hoyerman had been living a double life for years. In Manhattan, he worked in a sleek office building. On Long Island, he came home to a suburban street where neighbors thought he was odd but harmless. All the while, he was stalking vulnerable women. What finally solidified the case was DNA. At the dumping sites, microscopic hairs had been collected years earlier, too degraded to test at the time. But technology evolved. New techniques allowed those hairs to be traced back not to Hoyerman himself, but to someone in his household. When detectives compared them with samples from his family, the match was unmistakable. The hair was his wife's, transferred from him to the victims, likely through shared objects or clothing. It placed him directly in the chain. Police moved quickly. They gathered trash from outside his home. They seized his electronic devices. They monitored his movements. And when they had enough evidence to ensure he could never escape justice, they arrested him in a dramatic takedown in Manhattan. The news spread instantly across the world. After more than a decade of fear and unanswered questions, the Long Island serial killer had a name and a face. People were shocked that such a normal-looking man had been responsible. His neighbors described him as odd, solitary, but beyond that, unremarkable. That was what made him so effective. He never looked like a threat. As investigators searched his home, they found a hidden soundproof room, disturbing internet searches, multiple burner phones, and a collection of firearms. Everything pointed toward a man who planned carefully, blended in, and treated human lives as disposable. Even after the arrest, the full story of his crimes is still unfolding. New remains found across Long Island may be connected. Cold cases from earlier years have been reopened. Families who waited more than a decade for answers finally saw movement, finally felt that someone was listening. The story of the Long Island serial killer is not just about a man who hid bodies in the sand. It is about a system that failed vulnerable women. It is about families who kept pushing when nobody else paid attention. It is about a community that thought it was safe until the truth forced them to see what was hiding underneath the surface. And it is a reminder that monsters do not always appear with warning signs or dramatic behavior. Sometimes they live in the quiet house down the street, go to work, attend PDA meetings, mow their lawns, and wave at neighbors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a road that looks peaceful when you drive across it. A road surrounded by endless pine trees, mountains that swallow the horizon, and skies so wide they seem to pull you into them. But hidden behind that beauty is one of the darkest mysteries in Canadian history, a place where dozens of people went missing over decades without answers, without witnesses, and without justice. This is the story of the Highway of Tears, a stretch of land where isolation becomes an accomplice, and where a predator, or perhaps several, operated in the shadows for years. The story begins in northern British Columbia, a place known for logging towns, quiet communities, and long stretches of untouched wilderness. Highway 16 cuts through this landscape like a vein. For some towns, it is the only road in or out. Winters are harsh. Distances between communities are huge. Many people rely on hitchhiking because public transportation is nearly non-existent. That vulnerability, mixed with isolation, created the perfect environment for someone dangerous to move unnoticed. The first cases began appearing in the late 1960s. A young woman was found off the side of a logging road, far from the last place she was seen. The community was shocked, but police saw no immediate link to anything larger. It was tragic but isolated. But then it happened again and again. More disappearances, more families reporting loved ones missing, more searches that ended with the same devastating discovery somewhere deep in the wilderness. By the late 1970s, patterns were emerging. Many victims were last seen hitchhiking or walking along Highway 16. Many were traveling between small towns, trying to reach school, work, family, or medical appointments. Some vanished within minutes of last being spotted. Others were seen getting into vehicles, but the details were too vague to help. As the cases continued into the 80s and 90s, the list grew so long that locals began calling the region by a name that still sends a chill through anyone who hears it: the Highway of Tears. Search parties formed, sometimes hundreds of people walking through forests, searching ditches, combing riverbanks. Volunteers drove miles along gravel back roads, calling names into the wind. Helicopters flew overhead. Dogs tracked scents through dense underbrush. But the wilderness of northern British Columbia is vast, and once someone disappeared into it, finding them became a race against terrain, weather, and time. Investigators struggled with limited resources. Many communities along the highway were far apart, which made coordinated investigations difficult. Cases were handled by different jurisdictions. Records were incomplete. Some early disappearances were not connected until decades later. Families begged authorities to recognize a pattern. Some officers agreed. Others insisted each case was separate. Meanwhile, the list of victims kept growing. But the darkest question was always the same. Was there one killer or many? There were clues suggesting multiple offenders. The timeline stretched over 5 decades. The geography covered hundreds of miles. The ages of victims varied. Some were taken near towns. Others vanished in remote stretches. Different methods were suspected. Yet the similarities were undeniable. Isolation, hitchhiking, and the same silent highway cutting through every case. One of the most disturbing investigations began when a group of searchers found clothing in a wooded area far from a main road. The terrain was rough, thick with branches and moss, almost untouched. Police followed the path deeper in and made the grim discovery. Remains scattered near a fallen tree, hidden so well that without luck, they might never have been found. It became clear someone knew the land intimately, someone who understood where to go to avoid detection. Another case involved a young woman last seen at a gas station. Witnesses recalled her speaking to a man in a truck, but no one could describe him clearly. Security cameras were rare in that area during those years, and by the time investigators reached the scene, the man was long gone. Days later, searchers found tire tracks near a riverbank, but rain washed away everything else. It was another lead that ended in silence. The Highway of Tears task force formed in the early 2000s, bringing together investigators, analysts, and specialists. They combed through thousands of documents, interviews, and old case files. They created maps showing the movement of suspects and victims. The patterns were haunting. Many disappearances happened near rest stops, bridge crossings, and small pullouts where cars could slow without drawing attention. Then came a breakthrough. DNA evidence connected one of the cases to a man living several hundred miles away. He had been arrested for unrelated crimes. When police searched his property, they found maps, notes, personal belongings, and items linked to multiple victims. It confirmed their fear. At least one predator had been traveling along the highway, targeting vulnerable people. But the evidence did not connect every case. Dozens remained unresolved, meaning others were out there, perhaps still active, or perhaps long gone. Another suspect emerged years later when police traced a similar pattern in Alberta and Saskatchewan. A long-haul truck driver had traveled across Western Canada for years. His routes matched several disappearances. But again, not all. Investigators realized a chilling truth. The highway's remote nature made it attractive to predators who could move freely without being noticed. Families continued to push for answers. Candlelight vigils were held along the highway. Billboards were put up. Flyers were distributed. Community leaders demanded transportation improvements, arguing that lack of safe travel options played a major role in the disappearances. Eventually, bus services increased, but only after decades of tragedy. Despite renewed efforts, many cases remain unsolved. The highway still stretches quietly across the wilderness, carrying memories of those who never came home. Travelers who pass through today often feel an unsettling weight, knowing how many lives were lost along that same route. What makes the Highway of Tears chilling is not just the number of victims, but the environment itself. Night falls heavily in northern British Columbia. Fog rolls across the road in thick waves. Tree lines swallow the sound of engines. There are miles where no houses exist, no lights, no cell service, nothing but forest and asphalt. Anyone who disappears there does so in silence, without witnesses, without a trace. That isolation allowed someone, maybe multiple people, to operate without drawing attention for decades. A glance from a passing car could have been the only chance anyone had to notice a victim before they vanished. A wrong ride, a wrong moment, a wrong stretch of highway, and the world closed around them. Today, investigators still reopen files, still test new DNA samples, still follow leads. Technology advances, and each advancement brings the possibility of identifying someone responsible. Some families finally received answers. Many still wait. Each year, memorial gatherings are held to honor the victims, their names spoken softly into the cold air as candles flicker in the darkness. The most haunting part of the story is this. The Highway of Tears does not look dangerous. It looks peaceful. It looks endless. It looks like any other remote highway. And that is what makes it so terrifying. It is a place where danger hides behind beauty, where secrets sink into the forest floor, and where the wind moves across the road, carrying whispers of stories that were never meant to end the way they did. To this day, no one knows exactly how many victims the Highway of Tears holds. Some estimate 40. Some say more than 80. Others believe the true number may never be known. The wilderness keeps its secrets well. What remains is the chilling reality that through decades of silence, someone, or several people, used that long stretch of road as their hunting ground, leaving behind one of the most tragic and enduring mysteries in Canadian history. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned grief into greed, about insurance policies that became deadly investments, and about how one person discovered that being a widow could be very profitable. In the coal mining regions of Alabama during the early 1900s, Nanny Doss seemed like an unlucky woman plagued by tragedy. Her husbands kept passing away under mysterious circumstances, one after another across several decades. Her children experienced sudden illnesses. Her mother and sister also met untimely ends while in Nanny's care. The woman moved through life, leaving a trail of deceased family members behind her, always collecting insurance money, always moving on to new relationships. She presented herself as a cheerful woman who had endured terrible losses, her smile never fading despite the misfortunes that seemed to follow her everywhere. This is the story of Nanny Doss, known as the Giggling Granny. Between 1927 and 1954, she ended the lives of 11 people, including 4 husbands, 2 children, her mother, her sister, a grandson, and a nephew. She used rat poison containing arsenic, administering it in food and drinks over time to make the poisonings appear as natural illnesses. Her crimes went undetected for nearly 3 decades until a suspicious doctor finally ordered an examination that revealed the truth. Her arrest exposed one of the longest undetected serial cases in American history. Nancy Hazel was born on November 4th, 1905, in Blue Mountain, Alabama. Her childhood was marked by poverty and control. Her father was a domineering farmer who forced his children to work long hours and forbade them from attending social activities or having friends. Nancy, called Nanny by family, grew up isolated and resentful, dreaming of romance and escape from her oppressive home life. As a teenager, Nanny became obsessed with romance magazines and Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She fantasized about finding a romantic partner who would sweep her away from her difficult life. At 16, she married Charlie Braggs, seeing marriage as her escape route. But the marriage quickly became disappointing. Charlie was unfaithful and spent time away from home, and Nanny found herself trapped in another unsatisfying situation, this time with children to care for. In 1927, 2 of Nanny's 4 children passed away suddenly under mysterious circumstances. At the time, the deaths were attributed to food poisoning or illness. But these were likely Nanny's first victims, eliminated because they were burdens she did not want. Charlie, sensing something was wrong, or perhaps just fleeing an unhappy marriage, left Nanny in 1928, taking their eldest daughter with him. Nanny was left with 1 surviving child. Nanny began searching for a new husband through Lonely Hearts columns in newspapers. She married Frank Harrelson in 1929, but this marriage was also disappointing. Frank was reportedly an alcoholic who mistreated Nanny. In 1945, Frank passed away after experiencing severe digestive problems. Nanny collected his insurance money and immediately began looking for husband number 3. She married Arlie Lanning in 1947. Arlie was a womanizer who disappointed Nanny's romantic expectations. In 1950, Arlie passed away after a sudden illness. Shortly after, Nanny's house burned down under mysterious circumstances, allowing her to collect fire insurance. That same year, her son passed away from what appeared to be food poisoning. Nanny married Richard Morton in 1952. Richard also failed to meet her romantic ideals. He passed away in 1953 after just months of marriage. Nanny collected his insurance and moved on again. In 1953, Nanny married Samuel Doss after corresponding through a Lonely Hearts column. Samuel was a religious man who forbade drinking, smoking, and romance novels in his home. This was intolerable to Nanny, who loved her romance magazines and wanted excitement. In October 1954, Samuel became violently ill with severe stomach pains and was hospitalized. He seemed to recover briefly and returned home. But Samuel's symptoms returned, and he passed away on October 5th, 1954. His doctor had been puzzled by the sudden relapse and the severity of symptoms. Rather than signing a routine death certificate, the physician ordered an examination. The results revealed massive amounts of arsenic in Samuel's body. Police began investigating and quickly discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and family members in Nanny's past. They exhumed bodies of previous husbands and found arsenic in multiple cases. The evidence was overwhelming and spanned decades. When confronted by police, Nanny confessed with disturbing cheerfulness. She giggled and smiled as she described her crimes, showing no remorse or understanding of the severity of what she had done. She explained that her husbands had disappointed her romantic expectations, that they were not the partners she had dreamed about in her romance magazines. She had eliminated them and moved on a search for the perfect mate. She also admitted to ending the lives of her mother, her sister, her grandson, and others, though her explanations were vague. In some cases, it appeared she killed for insurance money. In others, she seemed motivated by convenience or simple annoyance at having to care for them. Nanny Doss was tried in Oklahoma for the passing of Samuel Doss. She pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. She was not tried for her other crimes, as one life sentence was considered sufficient. Throughout her trial and imprisonment, Nanny maintained her cheerful demeanor, smiling and giggling when discussing her crimes. She seemed to view her actions as reasonable solutions to disappointing circumstances. Nanny spent the rest of her life in the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. She gave occasional interviews where she continued to show no genuine remorse, explaining matter-of-factly that her husbands had not been romantic enough or had disappointed her expectations. She passed away in prison on June 2nd, 1965, from leukemia. She was 59 years old. The Nanny Doss case revealed how someone could commit crimes over decades without detection when victims were spread across different states and deaths appeared to be from natural causes. Arsenic poisoning produces symptoms similar to many common illnesses, and in an era before routine toxicology testing, poisoners could operate with relative impunity. Her case also demonstrated the dangers of someone who values fantasy over reality. Nanny was so consumed by romantic ideals from magazines that she could not accept normal human relationships with their flaws and complications. When reality disappointed her, she simply eliminated the disappointing person and searched for someone new, treating human lives as disposable obstacles to her fantasy of perfect romance. The 11 people who lost their lives to Nanny Doss were guilty only of being related to her or married to her and failing to live up to impossible romantic standards created by fiction magazines. They trusted her to prepare their food and care for them, never suspecting that the smiling woman was slowly poisoning them while planning her next relationship and collecting insurance money to fund her search for storybook romance that existed only in her imagination. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a hidden inheritance, about a community built on silence and tradition, and about a devastating snowstorm that finally cracked open a 30-year-old murder hidden beneath the frozen ground of the northernmost wilderness. The town of Black Frost Lake was not truly a town, but a collection of hardy families who had settled along the remote border between Montana and Canada in the 1960s, drawn by the promise of untapped mining potential. By the 1990s, the mines were long closed, and the community survived purely on tradition and intense self-reliance. This was a world of vast, white silence, where outsiders were rarely welcome and personal matters were never discussed beyond family walls. The central figures in this silence were the Eldridge family. Old Man Eldridge, the patriarch, and his 3 sons, Silas, the eldest and the inheritor, Jonas, the quiet middle brother, and Caleb, the youngest, who had left the community years ago, breaking the Eldridge legacy. The core of their wealth was the Eldridge homestead itself, a sprawling log structure on a valuable stretch of lakeside property, held together by a complex, rigid will written by the patriarch. In the autumn of 1996, Caleb returned home unexpectedly. He was the prodigal son, a failure in the city, returning only because the patriarch had died the previous spring, and the will demanded all 3 sons be present to finalize the estate. Caleb needed a share of the land to settle his substantial debts. His return instantly poisoned the atmosphere. Silas, who had spent his life managing the patriarch's tyrannical whims, viewed Caleb as a parasite threatening the family's control. Jonas, caught between his brothers, retreated into his usual silence. Tension built over 3 weeks of strained meals and unresolved legal arguments in the frozen cabin. Then, on a Tuesday, one of the 3 brothers was gone. Silas told the few people he spoke to that Caleb, unable to wait for the lawyers, had grown frustrated and simply packed his bags and hitchhiked back to the city. Silas's explanation was accepted immediately. Caleb was known to be volatile and unreliable. For 30 years, the disappearance of Caleb Eldridge remained an accepted truth. He ran away. The true breaking point came 30 years later, in January 2026. A historically severe blizzard, a weather event nicknamed the White Silence, descended upon Black Frost Lake, trapping residents for weeks and cutting off all power and communication. During the extreme cold snap, the old Eldridge homestead, now owned solely by Silas, suffered a devastating structural failure. The massive central stone chimney, which had stood since the 1960s, finally succumbed to a combination of old age and the record-breaking ice, collapsing partially into the living room floor. The collapse forced Silas to allow the first outside access the property had seen in decades. The county construction crew, assessing the damage, quickly realized the structural collapse was worse than expected. They found that the old foundation beneath the chimney had been irregularly reinforced with newer concrete. Detective Maria Ortiz, who specialized in cold cases and was one of the few officials allowed past the community's initial defenses, was called in. Ortiz immediately found the anomaly near the chimney base suspicious. The newer concrete wasn't meant to support the chimney. It seemed designed to fill something. Using ground-penetrating radar, Ortiz confirmed a density variance within the new concrete block that was far too large to be simple rubble. When the construction crew reluctantly broke through the thick layer of new cement, they uncovered the reason for the 30-year silence: the remains of Caleb Eldridge. The forensic examination provided the initial timeline. Caleb had been murdered 30 years prior, just days before Silas announced his supposed departure. He had been struck violently and repeatedly with a blunt object. His body was then hastily concealed beneath the floorboards of the living room, and the original chimney structure was later modified to permanently seal the area with layers of concrete and stone, a heavy, unmovable monument built over the crime. The initial investigation focused entirely on Silas, the owner, the most controlling brother, and the one who benefited most from Caleb's removal. Silas maintained his stoic composure, claiming he had simply found Caleb dead after a drunken fall and buried him quickly to avoid the legal scrutiny that would disrupt the family's sensitive legal inheritance process. Ortiz was not convinced. She focused on the physical evidence found near the body: a broken leather watch strap, which did not belong to Caleb, and a peculiar type of antique metal clasp, which did not belong to the homestead's furniture. The watch strap and the clasp led Ortiz to Jonas. Jonas was known for his quiet, methodical obsession with restoring old timepieces, and the clasp matched a unique type of chest he was known to own. The pressure of the discovery and the ensuing investigation cracked the Eldridge silence. Jonas confessed. The murder of Caleb was not an act of greed by Silas, but an impulsive act of rage by Jonas, the quiet middle brother. Jonas revealed the truth of the inheritance. The patriarchs will contain a secret clause stipulating that the property would be split equally only if all three sons unanimously agreed to sell the land. If any son died, the remaining brothers inherited the entirety, but if any brother forced the sale, the inheritance was forfeit. Caleb, in his desperation, had been attempting to force the sale against the wishes of his brothers. The final confrontation occurred not between Silas and Caleb, but between Jonas and Caleb late one night in the living room. Caleb had threatened to burn the homestead to force the property sale. Jonas, the quiet brother, whose entire existence was defined by preserving the family's legacy and property, snapped. He struck Caleb, then panicked. Silas did not commit the murder, but he became an immediate accomplice. He saw the murder not as a tragedy, but as a final, definitive solution to their inheritance problem. The two surviving brothers instantly sealed their pact of silence. They moved the body, modified the chimney structure using the construction supplies already available on the property, and then spent 3 decades maintaining the seamless narrative of Caleb's sudden departure. The weight of the stone chimney, the symbolic heart of the Eldridge legacy, was used to crush the secret and silence the truth forever. The white silence, the very force of nature that isolated the community, was the final instrument of justice. The collapse of the monument they built over their crime ultimately exposed it, proving that even the most enduring, frozen secrets cannot withstand the relentless passage of time and the forces of the natural world. The case of the Eldridge homestead remains a chilling example of how silence and isolation can become a shared, self-imposed prison, and how the ties of inheritance can bind brothers not through love, but through the shared, suffocating weight of an unforgivable act. The community of Black Frost Lake, forced to acknowledge the decades of deception in their midst, learned that the deepest frost sometimes settles not on the ground, but in the heart of a family. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who saw dollar signs in human suffering, about babies who became commodities, and about how desperate mothers were exploited by someone who promised help but delivered only tragedy. In the Victorian slums of London during the 1860s and 1870s, unwed mothers faced impossible choices. Pregnancy outside marriage brought crushing social shame that could destroy a woman's life and her family's reputation. Many desperate women sought baby farmers, people who would take infants for a fee and supposedly care for them or place them with adoptive families. Amelia Dyer ran one of the most successful baby farming operations in England, presenting herself as a kind woman who provided a service to those in need. But the babies placed in her care were never seen again. This is the story of Amelia Dyer, one of Victorian England's most prolific killers. Between the 1860s and 1896, she is believed to have ended the lives of over 400 infants, though the exact number will never be known. She would accept babies from desperate mothers for a fee, promising to care for them or arrange adoptions. Instead, she would end their lives shortly after receiving them, keep the money, and continue advertising for more clients. Her crimes were discovered in 1896 when bodies began surfacing in the River Thames, wrapped in packages that were eventually traced back to her. Amelia Elizabeth Hobley was born in 1837 in a village near Bristol, England. She came from a respectable working-class family and received more education than was typical for girls of her social class. She trained as a nurse and seemed destined for a respectable life helping others. She married and had a daughter, but her husband passed away young, leaving Amelia to support herself and her child. Amelia struggled financially as a widow and began looking for ways to earn money. She learned about baby farming, a practice where women took in infants for payment. Some baby farmers provided legitimate care or helped arrange adoptions, but others saw it as an opportunity for profit without the burden of actually caring for children, and Amelia fell into this latter category. She began taking in babies in the 1860s, advertising her services in newspapers. Initially, she may have provided some care, but she quickly realized that keeping infants alive was expensive and labor-intensive. She discovered that ending their lives shortly after receiving them maximized profit while minimizing work. She would collect fees from mothers who believed their babies would be cared for, then dispose of the infants and keep the money. Amelia's method was simple. She would strangle babies with dressmaking tape or allow them to starve, then wrap the bodies in cloth and dump them in rivers or bury them in various locations. Many bodies were never found, and those that surfaced were often too decomposed to identify. In an era before fingerprints, DNA, or systematic record keeping, tracking missing infants was nearly impossible. She targeted the most vulnerable mothers, young unmarried women who had become pregnant, facing terrible social stigma in Victorian society. These women were desperate to hide their situations and willing to pay for discretion. They had no power to demand accountability or follow up on their children's welfare, and Amelia exploited this powerlessness ruthlessly. Amelia moved frequently, operating under different names in various towns to avoid suspicion. When neighbors began noticing the lack of crying babies or questioning why infants arrived but quickly disappeared, she would simply relocate and begin again elsewhere. She operated her deadly business for approximately 30 years. Her crimes might have continued indefinitely, but in 1896 she made a critical mistake. A bargeman found a package floating in the Thames containing the body of an infant. The child had been strangled with tape. More packages were discovered over the following days, all containing infant bodies wrapped similarly. Police investigating the packages found a label with an address that led them to Amelia Dyer. When police arrested Amelia in April 1896, they found evidence of her baby farming operation throughout her home. They discovered correspondence with mothers arranging to place their babies, receipts for fees collected, and items belonging to infants who had disappeared. They found the tape she used for strangling. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Amelia initially attempted to claim insanity, a defense she had successfully used during a previous arrest years earlier for a lesser charge. But prosecutors demonstrated she was fully aware of her actions and had operated her business systematically and deliberately for decades. She understood what she was doing was wrong, which was why she hid evidence and moved frequently to avoid detection. Her trial in May 1896 lasted just 2 days. The evidence was clear and comprehensive. Amelia eventually confessed to at least some of the crimes, though she never revealed the full extent of her activities. She was convicted and sentenced to execution by hanging. On June 10, 1896, Amelia Dyer was hanged at Newgate Prison in London. She was 57 years old. Before her execution, she wrote letters attempting to take full responsibility and absolve others who might have known about her activities, though the sincerity of these letters is questionable. Investigators attempted to determine how many babies Amelia had actually taken and disposed of during her career. By examining her addresses, correspondence, and recovered bodies, they estimated she had been responsible for possibly 400 infant deaths, though the true number may have been higher. Many victims were never identified, and their mothers never knew what had happened to the babies they had entrusted to Amelia's care. The Amelia Dyer case shocked Victorian England and led to reforms in how fostering and adoption were regulated. The Infant Life Protection Act was strengthened, requiring registration of individuals taking in infants and regular inspections of baby farming operations. These reforms came too late for Amelia's victims, but helped protect future children from similar predators. Her case revealed the vulnerability of infants born into poverty or outside marriage in Victorian society. These babies were seen as shameful burdens rather than innocent lives deserving protection. The social stigma around unmarried motherhood created conditions where women felt they had no choice but to surrender their children to people like Amelia, trusting promises that were complete fabrications. The mothers who had given their babies to Amelia lived with devastating guilt when they learned the truth. Many had believed their children were being raised in good homes, never suspecting they had paid someone to end their babies' lives. Some mothers had been coerced by families desperate to hide scandal, adding another layer of tragedy to already heartbreaking situations. Amelia Dyer stands as one of history's most prolific serial killers, someone who turned caregiving into a business of death. She exploited society's most vulnerable people for profit, understanding that Victorian England's rigid moral code created desperate situations she could manipulate. Her crimes demonstrated how poverty, shame, and lack of social support systems create opportunities for predators, and how easily lives can be destroyed when society values reputation over protecting those who cannot protect themselves. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Minter, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics Board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, The New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The stories shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14th, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, betrayal, and the dark side of ambition. The kind of story that begins in ordinary suburban streets, but ends with a shocking crime that shakes an entire community to its core. It's about a man who appeared normal, even charming, but whose need for control and power would ultimately lead him to murder. This is the story of Robert Durst, the real-life billionaire whose life of wealth, privilege, and privilege-fueled secrecy became a decades-long tale of suspicion, disappearance, and murder. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, into one of New York's wealthiest families. His father, Seymour Durst, was a prominent real estate mogul who built a fortune in Manhattan, and his mother, Bernice, ran a tightly controlled household. From an early age, Robert was aware of the immense expectations placed on him. His father often expressed disappointment in Robert, criticizing him for laziness, irresponsibility, and a perceived lack of business acumen. Robert's older brother, Douglas, was the family golden boy, successful, disciplined, and favored in every way. Durst attended prestigious schools, including Lehigh University and the University of California, Los Angeles, where he studied economics. He was tall, handsome, and charming, the type who could attract friends and lovers easily. But beneath the surface lay a growing sense of resentment and isolation. Friends and classmates later described him as erratic, manipulative, and often detached, someone who would go to great lengths to avoid accountability or criticism. In 1971, Durst married Kathleen McCormick, a nurse from Pennsylvania. Friends described her as intelligent, warm, and the only person capable of taming Robert's volatile personality. But within a year, tensions had escalated. Kathleen had become increasingly unhappy in the marriage, frustrated by Robert's secrecy, erratic behavior, and controlling tendencies. On January 31st, 1982, Kathleen disappeared. She was last seen leaving their home in Westchester County, New York, and was never seen again. For decades, her disappearance remained a mystery. Authorities initially suspected foul play, but Durst was never formally charged. Friends and family claimed he was cooperative, though his alibis were often contradictory. Some reports suggested that he was violent in private, controlling, and paranoid, traits that would surface repeatedly in his life. Durst told investigators he had no idea what happened to Kathleen, but he was evasive and inconsistent when recounting his movements. For years, Robert Durst moved freely, using his wealth and family connections to shield himself from scrutiny. In 2000, he became the prime suspect in another crime, the murder of his neighbor, Morris Black, in Galveston, Texas. Black had been a friend of Durst's, and Durst claimed self-defense after Black supposedly attacked him. Durst admitted to dismembering Black's body and disposing of it in Galveston Bay, but he maintained that the killing was accidental. Remarkably, Durst was acquitted of murder in 2003, claiming self-defense and convincing a jury that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation. His wealth, charisma, and the ambiguous nature of the crime allowed him to walk free. But Durst's dark pattern did not end there. Over the years, he continued to live under assumed identities, moving from city to city, evading both law enforcement and the scrutiny of his own family. He changed his name, rented apartments under fake identities, and cultivated relationships that allowed him to maintain a veneer of normalcy while hiding an escalating pattern of violence and deceit. The crimes, the lies, and the evasions reached a tipping point in 2010. Durst had been living in New Orleans, attempting to lay low after years of suspicion surrounding Kathleen's disappearance. He was arrested for parole violations stemming from the Morris Black case, and media attention reignited interest in all his previous cases. Around this time, filmmakers working on an HBO documentary about Durst, The Jinx, gained unprecedented access to him. Through interviews, archival footage, and Durst's own admissions, the public finally began to understand the full scope of his life of crime. In a shocking twist during the documentary's production, Durst was recorded seemingly confessing to multiple murders, including that of his wife Kathleen, while apparently unaware that his microphone was still live. He spoke of the crimes in a detached, almost casual manner, revealing decades of manipulation, deception, and violence that had gone unchecked due to his wealth and social standing. Authorities quickly acted. Durst was arrested in New Orleans in 2015 and extradited to Los Angeles to face charges in Kathleen McCormick's murder. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. Long-standing patterns of abuse, inconsistencies in his statements over decades, and newly discovered links connecting him to her disappearance. His previous killings and suspicious behavior reinforced the narrative that Durst was capable of murder. The trial revealed a man who manipulated everyone around him. Friends and former lovers described him as charming yet controlling, capable of extreme deception to maintain power and avoid consequences. His life of privilege, combined with a cold and calculating nature, had allowed him to evade justice for decades, leaving families shattered and communities questioning how wealth and influence could distort accountability. On January 10th, 2021, Robert Durst died in a Los Angeles hospital while serving life sentences for his crimes, including the murder of Morris Black. Though he never faced a jury for Kathleen's disappearance due to his death before trial, his life had already left an indelible mark on true crime history. The Durst saga exposed the terrifying ways in which charm, wealth, and manipulation can mask unimaginable violence. And it forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that sometimes monsters were the faces of the people we trust most. The story of Robert Durst is not just about murder. It's about deception, privilege, and the lengths a person will go to protect themselves from accountability. It is about how obsession, entitlement, and a desire for control can turn someone into a lifelong threat, capable of destroying lives while hiding in plain sight. And it is a cautionary tale that reminds us the most dangerous people are often those who seem, at first, to have it all. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer home for the elderly and infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives had been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amounts she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. I'm going to tell you a story about betrayal in the most intimate form, about a man who used charm as a weapon, and about how trust can become the deadliest vulnerability of all. In the affluent suburbs of Connecticut during the 1980s, a successful airline pilot seemed to have everything: a beautiful home, a thriving career, and the respect of his community. He was intelligent, well-spoken, and appeared to be living the American dream. But Richard Crafts was hiding a dark secret, and when his wife finally decided to leave him, he would commit a crime so calculated it would change forensic investigation forever. This is the story of Richard Crafts, the wood chipper incident. In November 1986, his wife Hella, a flight attendant, disappeared after telling friends she planned to divorce Richard and had gathered evidence of his infidelity. Richard claimed she had left for Denmark to visit family, but investigators became suspicious. What they eventually discovered was that Richard had ended his wife's life, then used a commercial wood chipper to destroy her body, scattering the remains across a frozen riverbank. His conviction in 1989 became the first successful prosecution in Connecticut history without an intact body, revolutionizing how cases could be prosecuted. Richard Bunnell Crafts was born on December 20th, 1937, in New York. His childhood appeared stable on the surface, with a middle-class upbringing and adequate resources. He was intelligent and performed well academically, showing particular aptitude for technical subjects and planning. He pursued aviation and became a commercial airline pilot, a prestigious career that required discipline and attention to detail. Richard married Helen Nielsen in 1969. Hella was a beautiful Danish woman who worked as a flight attendant for Pan Am. They had 3 children and lived in a comfortable home in Newtown, Connecticut. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful couple living a comfortable suburban life. Richard was respected in his profession and appeared to be a devoted family man. But the marriage was troubled beneath the surface. Richard was controlling and emotionally distant. He monitored Hella's activities and became angry when she showed independence. He had affairs, but became enraged when he suspected Hella of any disloyalty. The relationship was marked by his need for absolute control over every aspect of their lives. By 1986, Hella had had enough. She consulted a divorce attorney and began gathering evidence of Richard's infidelity, including receipts and documentation that would support her case. She told friends and family that she was leaving Richard and feared how he might react. She made it clear that if anything happened to her, Richard should be the primary suspect. These statements would later prove crucial to the investigation. On November 18, 1986, during a snowstorm, Helle disappeared. Richard told people she had gone to Denmark to visit her sick mother. He produced what appeared to be letters and communications from Helle explaining her absence. But Helle's friends and family did not believe these explanations. Helle would never abandon her children. They insisted, and the communications did not sound like her. Police began investigating, and suspicions centered on Richard from the beginning. His story had inconsistencies, and his behavior seemed wrong for someone whose wife had suddenly left. He showed little emotion or concern about Helle's absence. He was making plans to sell their house and reorganize his life unusually quickly for someone expecting his wife to return. Investigators discovered that Richard had rented a large commercial wood chipper in the days following Helle's disappearance. Witnesses reported seeing him operating the machine near the Housatonic River during the snowstorm, unusual activity for that time and weather. He had also purchased new bedding and had cleaned the house extensively. Police obtained a warrant to search the property and began painstaking forensic work. They examined the wood chipper Richard had rented and found tiny fragments of human tissue, bone, and hair inside. They searched the riverbank where witnesses had seen him operating the machine and found minute pieces of human remains, teeth, bone fragments, and other evidence scattered across a wide area. The forensic investigation was groundbreaking. Scientists examined hundreds of tiny fragments, piecing together evidence that would prove what had happened to Helle. They found a tooth cap that Helle's dentist identified as matching her dental work. They found fingernail fragments with polish matching the brand Helle used. They found bone pieces that, when analyzed, were consistent with Helle's medical history, including old injuries. The case against Richard was built on these fragments and on the circumstantial evidence of his actions after Helle's disappearance. Prosecutors argued that Richard had ended Helle's life in their home, likely while she slept, then dismembered her body and used the wood chipper to destroy the remains, scattering them along the riverbank where they would be difficult to find and identify. Richard's first trial in 1988 ended in a hung jury. One juror could not accept that the tiny fragments constituted sufficient proof. But prosecutors tried him again, and in 1989, Richard Crafts was convicted. The jury accepted that the accumulation of forensic evidence, combined with Richard's suspicious behavior and the circumstances of Helle's disappearance, proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had ended his wife's life. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. Throughout both trials, Richard showed little emotion and maintained that Helle had simply left and the evidence against him was coincidental or misinterpreted. He never confessed and never showed remorse for what had happened to the mother of his children. Richard Crafts was released from prison in 2020 after serving over 30 years. He was 82 years old when freed, an elderly man who had spent most of his adult life behind bars. His release sparked outrage from Helle's family and friends, who felt justice had not been fully served. The Crafts case became famous in forensic science and legal circles as a landmark prosecution. It demonstrated that cases could be successfully tried even without an intact body, as long as sufficient physical evidence could be gathered and presented. The painstaking forensic work involved in identifying tiny fragments scattered across a wide area became a model for future investigations. Helle Crafts' family never recovered from her loss. Her children grew up without their mother, knowing their father had taken her from them. They had to process not just the loss, but the horrific manner of it, knowing that Richard had tried to erase every trace of Helle's existence. The case stands as a reminder that danger often comes from those closest to us, that domestic relationships can become deadly when control and possession override love and respect. Richard Crafts could not accept that Helle would leave him, and rather than let her go, he chose to destroy her completely, believing his careful planning would allow him to escape justice. The tiny fragments of evidence he could not eliminate became the proof that brought him down, demonstrating that even the most calculated crimes leave traces that determined investigators can find. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her 2 sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most.